All right, hello. Are we here? All right, we're live right now, guys. All right, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Let me finish up some things. I'm Chuck. Welcome to Chuck for Options. Give me one moment, and we're going to get to the money. There's a lot to actually go over, but I'm just not finished my morning, my day. I thought I was going to be able to wake up a little bit later, but no. I wasn't going to start this day, this week, without my blueberry pancakes, and I made my blueberry pancakes. I just wasn't going to start another week without those pancakes. All right. We have our monthly path. If you were here yesterday, then you know what's going on. So I'm happy I did yesterday. So let me get finish up what I'm doing. Today we got some blueberry pancakes with some fresh blueberries on the side. We got some bacon. We have our drink ready. We got our water rice ready. We got our Red Bulls ready. We got our Miss Butterworth ready. Yes, Miss Butterworth. She got them hips. We got that bottle. We got the original Miss Butterworth. So we don't got none of that weird shit. All right, we got that real shit. All right, none of that fake shit. That's what I meant to say. Um, water. We got our spring water. You see, I couldn't make eggs. I wanted to make some potatoes, some home fries. Usually, that's the standard breakfast that I make. We don't have that. We don't have our thing rolled. There's a lot of things that I still got to do. So give me a few minutes and let me knock that out. I definitely needed that 2 hour uh, mark so I can get ready, so I can get everything done in a good amount of time. But I was so excited last night. I couldn't go to sleep. I'm sorry. I was just so excited coming into today. I opened some puts coming into today, and with the war and everything, definitely not glazing the war, not happy about the war at all. My sentiment and everything is shared through yesterday's stream, but I am not happy or supporting the war or condoning the death of people um, on any capacity anywhere. It's just solely with the numbers in the stock market and everything. Okay. So saying that, let me get finish what I got to do, and I will be back any moment. I guess we can probably pull some of this stuff up now, get it out the way. This would be over here. All right, so we're gonna put that over here, and where's our econ calendar? No. Oh, okay, here we go. Oh, because I shut it down yesterday. That's why. I'm like, why is this acting crazy? Don't be acting crazy right now. Now is not the time to be acting crazy. All right, make sure we have all of our screens up. All right, we're gonna work on that. All right, give me a moment. What time is that? That's 9:20. That's our 9:20 alarm that we have going off currently. I'm actually about to back away for a second, so I'm gonna keep this up. All right, let me get out of here. All right, let's get that stuff squared out the way. All right, we actually don't need this. Believe it or not, we're ahead of schedule. We're ahead of everything that we want to do. Um, I don't want that there. It's just I think I have to reset this. I just want to get this set up. Put Yahoo over here. Um, pop up, and for that, well, still can't grab it. All right, we're not going to grab it. I'm not going to put too much time into that because there's so much to talk about, so much to get over. I'll be right back. Give me a moment. All right, I am back, guys. I am so sorry. I have a lot going on right now. I am definitely nervous. We passed our 1 minute mark. We're actually about to open up like any second now. Just try and get these numbers. 674.75. 674.75. I don't know why that did that. And this is actually higher. 680.27. 27. All right, we got our range. All right, look, we're about to rock. We're gonna check out. We're gonna see what this put. Our put's looking really good. See what this bad boy is doing. All right, we are open. I'm gonna put some music on it in a little bit. We don't want this here. We want NVIDIA. NVIDIA right there. Where is it? NVDA, where are you? We want you here. That's a gap fill. Big gap down. VIX 23 and change. That's crazy. 23.51. We're going to want to check out SOX as well, see what SOX is doing. Yeah, those calls are up a lot. What we can do is we're just going to get ready for that short. Big wide range, too. There we go. Long little chief. Long little chief. All right. Well, in the meantime, we're going to let this do what it do. I have a call that I'm monitoring right now. I bought a small little call. It's doing this thing right now. We're going to see what this market's going to do. I really have to get set up with everything else. What do I want to do first? Let's get this drink together. Let's mix our drink. Our drink of choice is Red Bull and Philly water ice. Trust me, it's a good mix. I don't know if I said it yet. I'm sorry. Thank you for coming to trade with me this morning. I'm Chuck. Welcome to Chuck for Options. Thank you for coming here. If you are in the chat and watching, please don't be silent because I'm not going to know that you're here, and I can go like MIA, or if you have any questions, you can ask. I don't mind asking questions, but when I'm like actively trading, I'm probably not seeing it. Not necessarily ignoring it. It's just I'm taking care of my bread. If you want to fuck with me, you can fuck with me. If not, I don't care. Please like and subscribe. If you know me, if you know the channel, we get to the bag. I get you to the bag. Shit, I get to the bag every day. So, Netflix. The Netflix trade is probably still going to do really well. All right, let's get some stuff done. All right, let's mix our drink. So I have a theory. I have an idea. Actually, let's take a bite of these pancakes first because I have all this tasty goodness right here, and I haven't even. I'm letting it get cold. I put a little bit of cinnamon inside my pancake batter. Yeah, make them joints with some butter. I like to have nice crispy edges on my pancakes. I'm very particular. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You hear that crunch? Mm-hmm. That's good. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Give me that. Mm. 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 Now It's a pancake. Mm. It didn't have any strawberries. I'm gonna put some strawberries in there too. You know, like a IHOP, them berry pancakes. That's about like. Mm, mm, mm. That bacon. Mm, wow. Mm. Oh wow, this call's going crazy. Wow, that's crazy. I should have got way more. I knew this was gonna happen too. So the gap fill is at like 86 or something like that, and that's the call that I bought. I bought the 686 call. Um, yeah, because I think we're going to hit that 686. I think we're going to fill that gap. It's just looking too technical right now. 7069. Yeah, this thing is going up really nice. I don't know why I didn't get. Well, this was a pretty expensive call in relation to the other things that I usually buy and play. But no, no, no. It was a good price actually. It was actually a good price. It just what it turned into. It doubled already. You know, I definitely should have gotten more because of that gap, and I already knew where we are gonna go. But I did pick up some. I didn't pick up any more of those because they were kind of expensive. You know, I really don't want to pay when I know that it's up like 60, 70%. I don't want to pay that 60, 70% premium for like 3, 4 more contracts, and we have to get that much more movement. You know, if I wanted to buy more, I should have done it a while ago. And that's one thing. Oh, I have some more pineapple. All right, I'm gonna eat that later. Let me take it up now so I don't forget. I like fresh fruit. I make sure I have cut up fresh fruit at my disposal at all times. I knew they were gonna do some weird dumb shit like this. I knew they were gonna do some weird shit like this. Well, we're positioned. You know, there's a lot of puts out there. Those puts are up a whole lot. The market's not going to pay you out like that. You know, especially on some overnight shit. And that's what people got to understand. We're not in that type of market anymore. The market a lot of moves after market, but you got to jump on that shit like ASAP. Like, you got to be really careful. You have to keep shit tight to the chest. Tight to the chest. Wow, this joint doubled already. That's crazy. That's crazy. Mm. You know, I got some other contracts too. I should got more of them. They were cheaper. Oh wow, they actually that wasn't even lowest point that I got them. That's crazy. All right, let's take another bite. Mm, so good. So I'm really bearish coming into today, but you have to pick it when. Well, you have a gap. They don't have to fill it, but it's looking like they're trying to fill it immediately. So that's huge. That's huge. That's major. If this is a stack, I'm going to take a dip into this stack right here. Look at these guys. So maybe this is how they're doing it. They're going to move it up like that. We're going to move right along with them. There we go. Shit, that first trade would have been, even if I would have had 2 of those puppies, that would have been like some nice money actually to make so early, especially when it's such a volatile day. It would have been nice to have a nice cushion, start with a nice cushion. All right, so we day trade every day. Today is actually a really huge day, but I woke up really hungry. I pigged out last night before bed. Pigged out big time. So that's good. That's really good. Hmm. We got a long day ahead of us, y'all. Long day. Woo! I couldn't even get that out right. Let's top this off. Top this puppy off. Maybe one day I should add some whiskey to it. I'm gonna do that. I'm looking for some. Oh, let's roll up some of this stinky stank. Some of this stanky stank. Let's roll up some of this stanky stank. I think that was the add-on technically. And you know what? We got a nice little cushion. We're gonna buy one more. Let's see what they're fading. We see that they fading. They fading that bitch. It's cool. We wanna watch all that shit. All right, we're good. We are good. What is the fund doing? The fund. Let's see this puppy. Down $3. Oh, we gotta check and see if anything is going to go crazy. If something's going to go crazy, I definitely want to see it. I truthfully missed that Netflix trade. That Netflix trade would have been pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. Would have been pretty good. Look at that already. We have a wall. Reindeer games already. All right, let's start getting this together. Let's start getting this together. Oh, okay, there we go. Getting this stank. Let's get this stank. Oh, music. Let's get this music too. I know you guys don't want to just listen to a bunch of nothing. Let's get our music going. Oh, that's all I had to do to turn the music on? Okay, I know now. What are you, NVIDIA? Yeah, we want to see NVIDIA too. We got more of the gap. If they fill that gap, I have an idea. Not a, but I have an idea. And if they don't, then that's just going to transfer into the next thing. So, we do have a lot of things, like a lot of what ifs. You gotta have a lot of what if problems because although it can go up or down, there's sequences that it can go through. Believe it or not, having a gap open theory, you need a gap. Like that's important. That's telling you what the structure is at the start of the day. That's giving you a lot of like ideas, not ideas, but like it's giving you hints. It's giving you hints. All right, these are going really well right now. Good job, Chuck. That's what we do, baby. That's what we do, baby. So, how's everyone's weekend? How'd your weekend go? My weekend, I worked all weekend. I don't mind. It's awesome. It was really cool. But I definitely did work all weekend. I had to get something to preoccupy my time. My time, my mind, and the people are really good people. I love me some good people. Love me some good people. Met some interesting people, meeting interesting people. I love it. Absolutely love it. Oh, we didn't limit down. I said on the trade thesis. Well, no, I said -1 to 4%. Because this is looking crazy. Looking crazy on Sunday morning when futures open. The lowest we hit was 75. 675. That was crazy. It went from 675 to 679 like almost immediately. So we're all looking at that like, what the fuck? Like, I'm not the only one. There's hundreds and thousands of us looking at it. Like, there's a lot of people that trade and watch this stuff. So we're looking for a meeting out of Trump so he can tell us that Congress is declaring a state of war. And when Trump does that, you're going to see his tariffs. He's going to implement his tariffs, his quote-unquote emergency tariffs. Shortly thereafter, we're going to feel the stink. We're going to feel whatever you want to call it, we're going to feel it. Ah, man. So right now, my calls, I sold the one call that I had. You know, that thing went up a lot, and I'm like, man, I just got rid of it. I didn't feel like holding that. Where is it? Wow. Yeah, the 686. The 686 is money. The 686 is money. I got some other big guys. Am I unmuted? Yeah, I'm unmuted and everything. 1111. That's all good. Let's put you back over here. This is our structure so far today. Monday, high, low. We have to find out this concrete thing, actually. All right, until further notice. Where's that gap? That gap's right there. You see how they're walking it up there? Oh, news. Because there's a lot going on. I think we should really keep our ears to the pavement when it comes to the news and things of that nature. 9:55. We're gonna see what NVIDIA is saying. Crazy. All right, we're looking for them to break this structure. Like, are they gonna actually fill the gap? I mean, people woke up and going into the week. Well, Friday they ended Friday on a big bullish mark. Through the weekend, though, you know, we fell quite a lot. Well, not quite a lot. Well, we actually did. We fell quite a lot. But they brought it back this morning around, I think, like 3 o'clock. We were down to 675. Hey, hey. Yeah, that's how you do it, baby. Yeah. Come on. Yes, yes, yes. Damn, some of those are actually, they're about to hit fucking 200% even then. This was a 200% candle right here, believe it or not. If you find the right contract, man, oh man, you gotta know where you're looking. You gotta know what's going on in the structure of everything. Oh wow. Yeah, that 686 is healthy. Oh my god, healthy, healthy. Yeah, those are actually really good. Nice. I drove my average cost on those down a lot. My average cost on these one contracts that I had, they were 20. They were 20 at first, and then it went down to 19, and then I just kept buying more as the price was tanking on this bar right here. And on this bar, they got down to like 12 cents. I think I got one at 12 cent. But by the time they got all the way up here, they were like 20 something cent. 20 something cent up here. So it's pretty cool. Yeah, way too bearish. Way too bearish coming into today. So I think we're gonna wait. I'm gonna wait just a little bit more. But if you can just sell these bad boys on the top tick, that's good money right here. Yeah, Nvidia is moving out, breaking out. We have the VIX dropping, UVIX dropping. What is stocks doing? Oh wow, stocks to L's down here. Hmm. Netflix still moving? Netflix still moving too, baby. We don't want that. We want. I was looking for something specifically. I think you want to keep an eye on it. Wow, these calls are doing really good, really well right now. They're crazy. Wow. Wow. There have been some nice top ticks. I missed those by just a little bit. I mean, I can sell out now and just take all that profit. I'm scaling out. I'm scaling out of them. I have like 20 of these things. Iran strike briefings on the Hill. Let's see where we are. Oh wow, we're right there at the gap. Wow, that's crazy. You see now, this is now when they say gaps fill immediately, this is pretty much like the times. Like this is the almost immediate gap. Like this is a good example of an immediate gap. Oh, there were candles I wanted to look at last week. Crap, there were some really good structures last week that I wanted to go over for my Sunday thesis. I gotta remember that from now on because that's actually like pretty big. Because really, some really cool stuff in there you can learn. Yeah. those are about to sell. Come on, baby. Let's do that. Oh, baby. Let's do that. All right, those are up like 300% right there. Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. If anyone is listening, I am so sorry. Really? That's crazy news. All right, so this is Admit. We're listening to Admit right now. All right. We're gonna probably. All right, we're gonna get our music back on. All right, so I like Admit. There's some people I really like to listen to, and some people are just trash. There's a lot of people actually out there that are trash. They just engage farm. You chilling? Oh, come on. There's people right now, pops. I'm talking about people just being fake in the space. How people just
Talking to him?
no. I'm just watching this guy. This guy, he can't hear me at all. I can't hear him. He's just up because sometimes he brings up news, and I want to hear everything that's going on because people like to make it seem as though that, and this is what I'm talking about now. People like to seem as though that they know it all and only come to me, only come to my page, and it's like, yo, you have to seek out news. You know, you have to really go out there. So then you can, yeah. If you want one, I got another one, so you can take it. Trump is talking, and I knew he was going to talk to him.
Oh, you know, is he under here?
I don't know if he's under there. I don't know where he's at. I'm just
It's pretty cool laying up with him.
yeah, it is. Oh yeah, and and he will definitely lay there with you.
He does.
Yeah, but it's just before he would be a lot more lively. Now he just sits there like a dead fish.
Yeah, get used to his new environment, Chuck.
Hmm.
Yeah, get used to his new environment.
Yeah. Wow, these contracts dropped a lot off of that.
They dropped.
Yeah. So these are calls right here. Okay, this is the price that I got them for 16, but they were just up to like $35 and everything. But I had a lot of them. I sold a lot of mine at like 40, 48 bucks, 38 bucks. So I'm just watching the price. I already sold and got my nut off and everything. This is just profit that I'm letting stay on until I see something tremendously drop.
I suppose you don't sell it. You buy something and you don't sell it. Just
you're just gonna be asked out.
and where it goes.
It depends on if it's in the money or but most likely it's just gonna go to waste. You just lost all that.
But what they do with it? Trash it?
No, they took that money.
I mean, they trash the stuff.
No. So the stuff that I'm doing independent trades, independent contracts. So this isn't now. I'm trading like the stocks and everything, but the money that I'm doing is really fast. You got to watch it. You got to watch it, or else the contract can die. If it expires today, if it expires, days away or something like that, it'll hold and keep that value. It's just that with these contracts, if you do nothing with them and they go in the opposite direction, they're going to go to zero. You're going to lose all that money. But if you do it before that, you can save your money. It's not that it's not spend $30 on the contract and you make money or it's zero. No, you can sell out when you bought it for 30. When it goes down to like the $26, you're like, cool, I lost $4.
You better get your money that day.
Yeah.
That day. As soon as you sell it, you can get your money.
No, it has to clear over the clearinghouse overnight. So today I use up my money no matter what I do, buy, sell, whatever. Tomorrow they're going to release all my money, like all my profit and everything. So every night I get all my money back. Those are all the books that I read right there, that I have read. Only some of them I still have to like go through and read.
What serial killers?
Yeah, I think the $1 Million Consulting I have to read, but everything else I read. But yeah, no, we already we're doing really well this morning.
So you done with it now?
I made enough money. We can be done, but like, what the fuck am I gonna do? Oh, Resident Evil 9. Ah, I gotta get Resident Evil. So, okay, so I have off tomorrow. So I think that's one thing I'm gonna do tomorrow night. I think I'm gonna play some Resident Evil. Um, I don't want to play it today because I'm not gonna have time today. You know, we're trading. I haven't, dude. I haven't touched my PlayStation in like. What did I got this guy on? I I haven't touched my freaking PS5 in like damn near a fucking week, bro. Like, I've just been so busy. And it's good busy. Look how those contracts moved off. Oh no, I was looking at the other ones. I'm looking at the wrong ones. Yeah, yeah, these are double. These are crazy. That's crazy. Look at these things. It's crazy. All right. All right, we're going to get in the full swing of things. We're going to go full story mode today. We're going to go full story mode today. Let's hold these contracts. I sold some of my high beta cons. And we're really going to practice another type of patience. Oh, because I wanted to see this. And look at that. Look at that. And this is exactly what I wanted to look at too. That's so interesting. You got to look at the contracts, watch these contracts. There's so much information in these contracts. It's not even funny. Is that Tom Lee? Is Tom Lee talking now? Brett Breyer says President Trump told him the plan for Iran is to use Venezuela as a template. He know he's wrong for saying that. It's cool. If they get away, they got away. If they didn't, then we hold. I think that is a very reasonable compromise. What was that? What was that green candle? No structure change? It's 1023 right now. That could be a stop rate. That could be a rate. This could be a rate. Ugh, it looks like a run. All right. I'm looking at the 686 calls. You see that? You see this? I think that was our hint. I think this was our canary in a coal mine right there. I think that's our canary in a coal mine. Is that a canary? And when it comes to the structure, there was a double top right here. Double top. Pop, pop. So we got this. We got this. I wish I can put circles. All right, here we go. The 86s are going down. The 86s are barcoding. That's failure. I knew it. I told you Trump was going to go live one of these days really soon. I told you. Today is going to be crazy. Oh my God, today is going to be insane in the membrane. We are going to. Okay. So that one we want to All right, we can turn that off. admit he doesn't day trade. He's a trader. He has money. He's more of like a value investor. Really good at what he does. So I don't mind listening to his info and insight on what's going on. But we focus on the SPY here. You know, if we can get something else, catch something else, we can. I'm gonna look into those Netflix plays too. But just the whole fund, you know, because the fund is, granted, the whole market's down, like, you know, enough, but the fund isn't doing too bad. So, you know, there's some things in there that's hinting where we can be going. All right, 10:30. 10:30 slam or 10:30 move. That 686 call, it hit a high of 120. When I bought it, I got it at like 40. It's at 72 right now. So it dropped from 120 down to 72. So these calls are dropping precipitously. You're being weird. Trump is on at 11:30. I think that's what he said. Yep, live in 30 minutes. He's going to probably declare war. This might be our war declaration that we were talking about earlier. right now, I am going through all my contracts and I'm essentially putting an emergency stop loss on everything because you're not going to be able to hit everything fast. If this if this thing goes against you, it's going to happen too fast. The 86s are $54. All right, we stay patient now. We stay very patient. We want to wait for Trump. Trump's going to, so he says he's going to be on at 11. He probably won't be on at 11. He would probably come on. He would probably make his weight, make his sweat. We got the war, so he's going to probably make everybody sweat. I don't think the market would like that. I don't think the market would appreciate that. I don't think the market would appreciate that. So this is going to be crazy. This is going to be crazy. Today, I knew today was going to be crazy. You know, so far we traded everything perfect. Today so far, everything's been perfect. You know, we hit that upside. We didn't hit it hard, but look, you know, we hit it. You know, we're not going to complain about profit, you know. And then we hit the whole downside. That was really, really nice. You know, we sold out. We were able to scale. We were able to, you know, run. So now we have a position down there. At the bottom down there, when we start bottoming out around here, this is where I bought my calls. So I have calls now going up. You know, it looked like they were coming right back down. You know, that's a big gap down there. You know, so, you know, this thing's going to whipsaw, you know, all day, you know, and, you know, we can probably do a little bit of artwork. But this is probably way premature because we didn't even have our breakout move yet. This song is so smooth. So smooth. So smooth. Now, I don't think this is it, but we're going to just put it down here now because we can just draw it, get it out the way. Open at 678. All right, roughly there. All right, that's our open right there. This high of day, open. I guess this is our first real drop after our peak. All right, so let's see where they're going to put us on all of this. Okay, all those are right here. Okay. I don't even know why I was looking somewhere else. These were really nice. Man, I wish I would have got more of these. These are actually really nice. All right, let's see what they do. So, okay, we want to look at everything logically. What's real? The war, the attack, Iran, Israel, U.S. fighting, that's real. Russia backing Iran, that's real. China waiting in the wings, that's real. The recession, that's real. AI bubble, that's real. Market sentiment down, that's real. We need to bring together tangible facts about what's going on in the market. Pre-market, we seen a low of 674. That's real. This pump is fake. This pump is motherfucking fake. Now we making money off this pump. It's still fake. Trump's gonna have his speech today. He's gonna talk about the war. Once he brings up Congress, that this is a bull trap. That's all this is. This is a bull trap. This is a bull trap. This is a bull trap. I have done that in the past, and okay, that's what that is. That's what that is. You know, once you get some time under your belt, once you start learning a couple things, you can be able to finesse some shit. Okay, I got rid of that. Okay, that's where I was like, where did that go? Okay, so that's just that. Did I? No, unless this is it. Nope, this is it. I didn't let it go. Okay, good, awesome. Ah, wow. Whew. I thought I was gonna have a little blemish on the old trading day. Now every day's not gonna be perfect, you know. I say aim for perfection and go from there. You know, you should do that. You know, that's why you trade. You know, it's not, you don't have time to like practice per se, but you know, you better make something out of this time. You better, you know, that's why you got to have an imagination. You got to be able to pivot. You got to be able to, you know, have your plays, or maybe sometimes you just need to not experiment, but you just have to see how something is going to work, you know. And you know, and when you do, you're going to find out, you know. You're just going to find out. You know, so don't be discouraged. You know, if something go negative doesn't mean you lost there. You know, there's data. There is so much information in the data that you keep, that you use, That's why it's so important. You know, it's all about the data. Speaking of data, we gotta shoot. I did everything but that. I did everything but that. We can get those numbers though. Those numbers are pretty easy to get. And I'd rather just concentrate right there. Pop. Concentrate. Gotta figure out the next move. The news. Oh shoot, Trump. Let's get ready for some Trump. We should probably put that on our own screen. Alright, we can get rid of those. Just so we'll have one focal point. And I'm good with this. Netflix is still eating. Hood's eating. I'm gonna add money to it this week. I'm not gonna add it today. Hey, what's up, Charted? Morning, easy money, bro. I told you, bulls are getting liquidated. This morning was easy money. I mean, yeah, that was easy. Yeah, I mean, it was this and this. Yeah, that was easy. Yeah, yeah, that was kind of crazy. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. That escalated quick. That escalated quick. Hmm. Oh man. I was so excited last night to wake up today. I was just like, oh my God. I kept looking at my phone. I'm reading all these headlines. Give me one second. You know what? I'll be right back. I have to use the restroom. All right, we are waiting for Lord Commander Trump. Lord Commander. Lord Commander Trump. Lord Trump. Lord Supreme. Ooh. Woo. Maybe we should listen to this. What the heck? What are we listening to? What the heck? calls are going bananas right now. I don't know if these are going wild because of him or what, but these 688s are. I got some at 18, and I bought a lot of at 13, and right now they're at 40 or 39. Whoa. Hmm. Wow, this is crazy. The spies at 685. Yeah, this thing is pushing. This is. I scaled out of some of those calls because they were up almost at 100%. Sheesh. 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 When we want. All right, so we're gonna see where we are. They're right above the line. Before we tapped it 2 times. Now they're just comfortably sitting on top of it. Comfortably sitting right on top of the line. So if you want to do any type of puts, look at any type of puts, now is probably a good time. Frosty. It's all about focus. The 686s. Whoa, 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 whoa! What did you gotta do with that? Whoa, that's crazy. Whoa, wildin'. Talking about black. Whoa, bro. We not trying to fight. Drink. Second Red Bull. Lock, cocked, ready to rock. Mm. Wow. What a day. Pretty cool. Oh, hello. What's going on in here? My bad, man. Trump speaking soon. I just sold all my calls, 100% load of puts. Yeah, I actually sold all my calls right here. We're still below the line. 685.50 has to stay above that to be bullish. Yeah, spot on. Spot the fuck on. Trump is at a Medal of Honor ceremony. This is it right here. Uh, you said Dowda 50. Wow. Trump's coming on now. Once he brings up Congress, man, it's going to be over. You know, that's going to be the declaration of war. As soon as he brings that up, that's it. That's the war. That's the war talk. What the hell? I'm not even watching this. What is this? Music's not bad, actually. You know they're gonna be playing his music for a long time. You know this dude. Yo, look at Shorty. Why they got the? Oh, oh, she looking good. She represent. I don't know. I don't like her there by herself. I'm happy she's there. If she wants to be there. I'm reading his body language though. I know Shorty's. She don't want to be there. She looking for she looking for somebody to sub. Oh what, we got subs? We got subs? Watch. I'm sorry, guys. I was back. I was talking this whole time. I was muted. That channel, I don't know if you guys heard me or not. Probably not. I got this whole channel. That was crazy. That was big money right here, actually. That was huge money right there. This is actually some bread right here, too. These 686s are moving. They're really nice. At the bottom of this channel, they were like 40 something dollars. So the 686s are definitely a contract to follow. 686 calls are definitely a contract to follow. And for the puts, it's probably this one. I think it was that one. All right, so this is still bullish. Just bullish in this little sentiment right here. I don't think not overall. Oh, I didn't see. I didn't even see that they're moving people around. Oh yeah, that call was nice. That call was about to hit almost 200%. That yeah, that channel. This is so the right contract it get you 200% movement in this channel right here. So if you find the right contracts, within the channel, you hit it, then you're gonna. Yep, 82. Yep, top of the channel. Yeah, we're not messing with this channel at all. Yeah, I already missed it. I missed it. I was looking. I was just about to buy it too, man. Oh, I was just about to buy it. All right, top of the channel again. All right. Now we gotta wait. I wish I would have. I wish I would have got that con. It just moved so fast. It just blipped. It went from like 41, 44, 46, 52. Like 58. So it just started jumping like crazy. I wasn't gonna be able to catch it. And I seen it bottom tick at the 40 mark. So and this thing is running right now. 686. Yeah, this is back to 115. Look at that. Wow. It's back to 115. That's sick. That's sicko mode. That is sicko mode. That broke structure though. We went high. That was weakness. Went a higher high in there. This is a highest a higher high in this count. All right, so they're running these calls. They're rinsing those puts. That 686 is 137. All right, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. I missed it. That's that thing's almost at 400% right now. Almost at 400%. Incredible. 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 But I seen it. I seen it. Like I know how to find them. I know how to get them. I was just about to buy it. I was just about to buy it. Sheesh, I was about to buy that puppy because I was scouting it the whole time. I'm sitting here scouting it, looking at the freaking. I'm looking at the contract. I have 685s at six a pop. You got them at you got them at six. I didn't want to pay that, man. I didn't want to pay that. I seriously just didn't want to pay that. And now we can be anywhere in the count. That's sick. That's sick. So at least you double your money. More than double your money. I mean, shit. When you pushing big money like that, yeah, that's whack that I missed that. I missed that whole run. I missed that whole run. That's so brutal. That's so brutal. Because I was right there. I was right there looking at the contract. And then I just didn't want to go into a contract late. So if you're wondering, well, if you've seen that 40, well, why didn't you just get it at 50? Because I didn't want to get it at 50 and then it only runs to the top end of like 56, 57. And now I dumped 250 bucks, $300 into a play that's only going to, yield me like $60. Not even $60, and I've put, $400, $500 at risk for $60. I don't think that's a good um I don't think that's a good return. But of course, hindsight with this run, that's different if I bought one at 40 and I see it's running, now I'm about to buy it at the high end of 40. I'm okay with that. because now I have two. My average is still in the 40s, you know. And before anything go crazy, I can buy two more. It's just so many ways that you can do it and finesse it. I think we're on. I think he's on now. So that's frustrating. Where am I getting this double? Wow, what's moving like that? Hood, Zom, Microsoft, probably Micro. No, Hood. What the heck? What kind of a feed is this? Bitcoin's at 69,000. So there's gonna be a long war. A shout out to the military. Thank you. They're there. I hope they're out there doing the right thing whenever possible. Keep war. You know, protect yourselves at all costs, but keep war. I've always liked gold. Gold's gonna freaking spike. Nothing's ever, never under budget, let alone ever on time. I thought it was 4. He could have said that better. Stats are so biased. 92% of the Republicans that voted for him. Oh gosh. This is very boring. This is so boring. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. I'm missing a window. Where's my economic calendar? I got Microsoft. I can't find that window. This is okay. This is it right here. Am I unmuted? Uh,
In Poland for my second family from Staten Island.
I'm
and
so
for my second
sorry.
homeland, America. God
I
bless
am
you
so
all.
sorry.
Michael, thank you for your service.
I'm
and I
just
will
looking
see
at the
you
message
in
now.
our heavenly homeland. Thank you for your service. Thank you so much.
And Carol is joined by his wife and their two wonderful sons, Jacob and Michael. Michael is named after the American hero who saved his father's life. So stand up, Michael. Let me see. Wow. That's great. We're also pleased to be joined by several members of the Polish government, including representatives of the president, who I think is a
I thought you guys
fantastic
would hear
man,
it
by
this
the
whole
way.
time. I am
must
so sorry.
be honest with you. I endorsed him and he won, and he came from behind. He won, and he was the biggest story in Europe, and he's going to be a great president. He already is. But as well as Poland's Minister of Defense, to honor the blood and sacrifice that has helped seal the Polish-American bond. We have a great bond. We have a great relationship with your country. And I just want to thank you to Michael's parents, Bob and Linda. Your son's selflessness in the face of real evil reminds us of the courage that keeps our country free. And I just said the genetics in that family are very strong, right? I said that before. All three families, I said, good. I see some of the young ones today. And I said, you have good genes. They were asking me, what does that mean? I said, don't worry about it. You'll figure it out. But you have the best genes you can have, actually. So thank you for giving America your beloved son. And now I would like to ask the military aide to come forward and read the citations, and then we will do the honors. Thank you all very much. This is a tremendous honor for me to be here. Thank you. Please, military aide.
Chris Edmonds, accepting on behalf of his father, Master Sergeant Roderick W. Edmonds. The President of the United States of America, authorized by Act of Congress, March 3, 1863, has posthumously awarded in the name of Congress the Medal of Honor to Master Sergeant Roderick W. Edmonds, United States Army. Master Sergeant Roderick W. Edmonds distinguished himself by acts of gallantry above and beyond the call of duty from January 27, 1945 to March 30, 1945 as a prisoner of war in Germany. Upon arrival at Stalag 9A in Zietenhain, Germany, on the evening of January 26, 1945, the Germans announced that only Jewish American prisoners would fall out for roll call the following morning at the threat of execution. Master Sergeant Edmonds directed his senior leaders to have all 1,200 American prisoners present themselves for roll call. The Nazi commandant became incredulous after realizing that so many Americans were standing in formation. The commandant removed his pistol, pressed it hard against Master Sergeant Edmonds' forehead between his eyes, and demanded that he order all Jewish American prisoners to step forward or he would be shot. Master Sergeant Edmonds fearlessly held his ground, refusing to concede. The commandant lowered his weapon without further attempts to segregate the Jewish American prisoners. Several weeks later, in March 1945, the Germans ordered all prisoners to assemble outside the barracks for evacuation. Master Sergeant Edmonds ordered all American prisoners to form in front of the barracks, and when the enemy transports arrived, they would break ranks and rush back to the barracks. Master Sergeant Edmonds gallantly led these prisoners in a relentless pursuit of opposition and resistance, forcing the Germans to abandon the camp, leaving the 1,200 American prisoners behind. Master Sergeant Edmonds' conspicuous gallantry above and beyond the call of duty are in keeping with the highest traditions of military service and reflect great credit upon himself, his unit, in the United States Army. Command Sergeant Major Terry P. Richardson. The President of the United States of America, authorized by Act of Congress March 3, 1863, has awarded in the name of Congress the Medal of Honor to Staff Sergeant Terry P. Richardson, United States Army. Staff Sergeant Terry P. Richardson distinguished himself by acts of gallantry above and beyond the call of duty on September 14, 1968, in the vicinity of Loc Ninh, Republic of Vietnam. On this date, his company was tasked with the mission of securing Hill 222 in hostile and enemy territory near the Cambodian border. Staff Sergeant Richardson directed one of his squads to be the point element leading the way. Shortly after the assault began, 3 of the squad members became severely wounded and pinned down between 3 enemy machine gun bunkers. Staff Sergeant Richardson advanced forward under heavy enemy fire and recovered his wounded soldiers between heavy machine gun fire. By the time he was able to make it back to join his unit, his entire company had been completely surrounded by the enemy. Staff Sergeant Richardson recognized that the only way to keep his company from being overrun was with accurate tactical airstrikes. Staff Sergeant Richardson advanced to the top of Hill 222 under heavy enemy fire for better sight lines to direct the tactical airstrikes. He began to direct the tactical airstrikes and shortly thereafter became wounded by an enemy sniper. Staff Sergeant Richardson continued directing the tactical airstrikes for 7 more hours before the enemy broke contact. 6 soldiers from his platoon found him still alive. Staff Sergeant Richardson declined medical evaluation for his gunshot wound and requested that he be allowed to stay to lead his soldiers. Altogether, his actions directly resulted in 85 lives being spared on that fateful day. Staff Sergeant Richardson's conspicuous gallantry and extraordinary heroism at the risk of his life, above and beyond the call of duty, are in keeping with the highest traditions of military service and reflect great credit upon himself, his unit, and the United States Army. Robert and Linda Ollis, accepting on behalf of their son, Staff Sergeant Michael H. Ollis. The President of the United States of America, authorized by Act of Congress March 3, 1863, has posthumously awarded in the name of Congress the Medal of Honor to Staff Sergeant Michael H. Ollis, United States Army. Staff Sergeant Michael H. Ollis distinguished himself by acts of gallantry above and beyond the call of duty on 28 August 2013 in Afghanistan. On this date, a complex enemy attack involving multiple vehicle-borne improvised explosive devices, suicide vests, indirect fire, and small arms fire was launched against Forward Operating Base Hanzi. Staff Sergeant Ollis ordered his fellow soldiers to move to bunkers to shield themselves from enemy fire. After accounting for his soldiers, he moved toward the enemy force that had penetrated the perimeter of the Forward Operating Base. Staff Sergeant Ollis located a coalition forces officer, and together they moved toward the point of attack, armed with only their rifles. Upon reaching the attack point, they linked up with other friendly forces and began a coordinated effort to repulse the enemy. While under continuous fire, Staff Sergeant Ollis moved from position to position, engaging the enemy with accurate and effective fire. While fighting along the perimeter, an insurgent came around the corner. Staff Sergeant Ollis fired on the insurgent and incapacitated him, but as he approached the downed insurgent, the insurgent's suicide vest detonated and mortally wounded him. Staff Sergeant Ollis's exceptional courage and complete disregard for personal safety were in keeping with the highest traditions of military service and reflect great credit upon him, his unit, in the United States Army.
Ladies and gentlemen, please bow with me as we give the benediction. Eternal God, our unfailing light in every darkness, the rock on which we stand, as we depart this place of honor, may the courage of these heroes be our example, righteousness our choice, and hope in you our guiding light. We especially ask for your protection over our military service members who are protecting the interests of our nation at this very moment. And Heavenly Father, grant us the will to do justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly before you. In your holy name we pray. This will defend. Amen.
Alright, so that looks like that's that. I wonder, will there be a press conference? Questions?
Let me provide a brief update on Operation Epic Fury.
I think this is the replay.
The United States military continues to carry out large-scale combat operations in Iran to eliminate the grave threats posed to America by this terrible terrorist regime.
I think this is the replay. All right, that's the replay. All right, let's see what's going on. Let's see what else we can find. What is this? All right, this is the room. Because I remember seeing that kid stand up. All right, so this is afterwards. All right, and that's it. We can keep it on here. We can see if maybe there's a press conference, or I was gonna wait until they ended it anyway. Oh, and that's that. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. All right, moving on. I gotta go to the restroom. So freaking bad. All right, I'll be back.
essentially rise up. That is complicated for a variety of reasons, especially as the president is threatening continued military action that could be very intense in and around Tehran and the rest of the country.
It's also unclear how he expects them to do this, to rise up. And is that really the U.S. strategy, to destroy Iran, to destroy Iran's military capabilities, to destroy its navies, to weaken the government so much that a popular street revolution can take over? Is that really the objective of this war, to weaken the country so much that almost anyone who is able to get out onto the streets and take over government buildings becomes the next leader of Iran? That seems like a very unclear path forward when it comes to the future vision of Iran. But also what we heard the president today talk about was the military objectives. We talked about that quite extensively. You talked about that with Courtney Cubie. He also talked about the justification for the war, why he decided to launch this war with Israel now. What was the imminent threat? And one of the reasons that he mentioned was that negotiations were failing, that the Iranians walked away, that they didn't want to negotiate. That is not what the negotiators themselves have been saying. The Omanis, who were the main mediators in these talks, the Omani foreign minister, said that they were making progress and that an opportunity was missed when this war was launched. And I just spoke a short while ago to another Arab negotiator, and he said that the Iranians didn't walk away from the talks, that they were making progress, that they were supposed to have follow-up negotiations, follow-up technical meetings when this war began. So there are real questions about the future objectives, who's going to take over in Iran if, in fact, there is some sort of regime collapse, and why the war itself was launched when it was launched.
And how about, Richard, and if you've gotten the reporting, of course, on the intelligence assessments about the Saturday morning timing of all this, give us a sense. You're in Tel Aviv. I know you've traveled. I think you're in Jerusalem. I know you were nearby at a town that was hit extremely hard, a city that was attacked that's not far from Jerusalem, where multiple people were killed. Give us a sense of what you've seen on the ground and what you've heard from Israeli officials on this front as that part moves forward as well.
So Israeli officials are speaking out and talking about the importance of this military campaign, how Iran must be destroyed, how the Iranian regime must be brought to its knees so that it can no longer threaten Israel. I was at the town of Beit Shemesh, which is outside of Jerusalem. Yes, I am in Tel Aviv now. And while I was there, Prime Minister Netanyahu came to inspect the damage, and he spoke to reporters who were on location. I threw a question to him. He did not answer it. I asked him, how does he see this war ending? He didn't answer that, but he did speak to some reporters in both Hebrew and English, and he said that the goal is to teach Iran a lesson, to destroy the regime, to destroy an evil regime that he said attacks civilians. He focused on the fact that Israel and the United States are targeting military sites in Iran, while Iran is attacking civilian locations here and across the region. Generally, in Israel, the mood seems to be in favor of this conflict. I've spoken to Israelis here in Tel Aviv and other parts of the country, including at places where there have just been Iranian missile strikes. And so far, I've heard nothing but unilateral support that the U.S. and Israel must go forward, must continue this campaign. A lot of support for President Trump, who seems to be more popular here, or at least as popular here as Israel's prime minister.
Richard Engel, our chief foreign correspondent, live for us there in Tel Aviv. Richard, we're so glad to have you, your reporting, your analysis, as always. Our thanks to Courtney Cubie, to Garrett Haake, to Monica Alba as well. That's going to do it for our special coverage now of the president's remarks from the East Room on the war on Iran, as well as that Medal of Honor ceremony. A lot more ahead on NBC News Now, online at NBCNews.com. And I'll see you right back here at 5 o'clock Eastern. We pick up our regularly scheduled coverage now.
Some top Democrats, including to our Kristen Welker. Take a listen to what they had to say.
My sense is that they did not go into this with any kind of strategic plan.
today. So the question is the country going to descend in civil war? Are billions of our dollars going to be spent there? Or are American troops going to be at risk?
Now, in this case, that is different from the operation that we saw in Venezuela several weeks ago, other strikes that the administration had taken in other countries. Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, did give a heads-up notification, I'm told, to key lawmakers. Staff were also briefed while the strikes were taking place, so they did get some kind of heads up, but many more questions left to answer from lawmakers, and they will get those answers in a couple of hours.
All right, Julie Sirkin live from Capitol Hill. Thank you, Julie. Meanwhile, law enforcement in major cities are on alert as the war in Iran takes shape. Police departments across the country increasing surveillance and stepping up patrols at houses of worship and diplomatic sites.
And there's a heavier security presence on city streets with large anti-Iran war demonstrations being held from coast to coast. NBC News national law enforcement and intelligence correspondent Tom Winter joins us now. Tom, you have sources across the country in law enforcement agencies. Talk to us about what they do in a situation like this here in the U.S.
Well, it's twofold. First off, you've got to work in investigating any potential leads that come in, and that's happening all the time. And the threat from Iranian and more specifically Iranian proxy groups, talking about Hezbollah, Hamas, some of the other groups that are associated with the Iranian regime, those threats are constantly being worked. And that would have been the case whether there was a strike and whether there's a war over the weekend or not. And then the second thing is just, you know what, you don't quite know what you're going to deal with. Look at the shooting incident that we had and a potential, or at least it's being investigated. They're trying to determine whether it's a terrorist attack or not in Austin. You know that their tensions are going to be high. You know people are going to be watching a lot of things on the news, a lot of things on social media. What is going to compel somebody to act? And so you need to have that defensive posture. We saw some video there of the NYPD outside of sensitive Jewish sites in New York City, sensitive other sensitive cultural sites. You've seen the Los Angeles Police Department, the DC Police Department, many other police departments talking about that exact same thing. Look, we're going to step up patrols because we just don't know what we're going to deal with.
What changes the calculus, turning this from that defensive posture that you mentioned to an offensive one? Because right now they say there are no known threats. How do they sort of assess that risk and change their position?
Right, so that goes back to the first thing, the investigation and learning that. And that's really a whole of government approach. So you've got the CIA, the NSA, the FBI's, they're a component of the intelligence community, trying to listen to what is out there, trying to hear about any specific threats. Then you just have good old-fashioned detective work that's occurring at the Joint Terrorism Task Forces across the country.
All right, I'm back.
They're trying to say, hey, do we have any leads? Is anything
Can you hear me? Yeah, mic's on. What about this news?
Focusing on any individuals we looked at in the past, any potential plots in the past. To your point, Morgan, there are no specific credible threats or plots that they're looking at.
All right, it's 12:40.
But obviously that's something that they're going to continue to follow, certainly as things change in Iran, as things change in the Middle East at large.
Such a dynamic situation.
Absolutely. Tom Winter, thank you so much.
You got it.
Well, the FBI is investigating this weekend's deadly shooting in downtown Austin, as Tom mentioned, as a possible act of terrorism. 2 people were killed, 14 others were hurt after that gunman opened fire outside of a popular bar.
Footage of the suspected gunman shows him wearing a shirt that read "Property of Allah." Police say it also had an Iranian flag design. He was shot and killed by officers shortly after that shooting began. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson, who is currently on the scene there in Austin. Priscilla, I know that we're expecting to hear more from a press conference later on this afternoon, but at this point, what do we know about the identity of the shooter and the evidence that has prompted police to call this a potential act of terrorism?
Yeah, Morgan, police have identified the shooter as a 53-year-old man from Senegal. According to the Department of Homeland Security, he came here originally on a visa in 2000 and was later naturalized as a citizen in 2013. And police say that as he got out of that car and began shooting, he was wearing a Property of Allah sweatshirt, and that he also had underneath that a shirt that had an Iranian flag theme, and that is according to multiple law enforcement sources. Now, police here have said that they have not yet publicly ID'd a motive, but I want to play what they had to say about what they found on the suspect. Listen.
Obviously, it's still way too early in the process to determine an exact motivation, but there were indicators that on the subject and in his vehicle that indicate potential nexus to terrorism.
And authorities say that they do believe he was a lone actor, so not tied to any state or Iranian state organization.
You know, Priscilla, I know it's early at this point. Do you know anything more about the people who were killed or the 14 people who survived but were injured?
What was that? What time is it? It's almost 1. All right, we still got like an hour and a half. All right, we called a real good morning. I wish I would have caught more of that big move. I really do wish I would have caught more of that big move. But we were there, you know. Let's get some more of this. Now, I told you today, you know, it was just too overly bearish. You know, they're not going to pay out those puts. You see, they took it away from the calls because at the end of the day, they ran the calls up on Friday. You got to look at the structure. You got to look at everything. Those blueberries are so good. Let me eat my pineapple. Stocks rebound from war jitters. That's crazy. That's that. That's that. We could be done for for the day. We had good action all morning. You see, it doesn't matter what happens. Throughout the day. As long as we draw the box, we're good. Mm. He didn't mention Congress and more. I thought that was going to be like the plunge. Well, of course that would have been the plunge, but it didn't happen. So I didn't even think about the other side of that. That if he doesn't mention it, and you got to remember that stuff too. Mm-mm. Yeah, those 686s, they were the star of the show. They were the star of the show. I think it's going to probably hit 500%. I mean, damn near 1,000% today. Wow. I got some of the other ones in the back. I don't know why. Next time I'm jumping on it. Next time I'm jumping on it. That's crazy because we just don't know the breakout. But it didn't matter, and it doesn't matter because you're on the bottom of the range. You know, we found the range. Boom. You know, close enough. Consolidation. Buyer calls down here. Bam, we know the top of the range. So even if you do sell your calls here, you still made a lot of money. You hold them, then you make a brick. But if it goes back down, it's cool. You made a lot of money. So this is just a very safety trading box. This is a very this is the tool. This is the tool right there. That's the tool right there. Right here. That's the tool. This is the tool. You master this, Everything else is liquidity. All right, let's put something on. Operation Epic Fury. And we got one more blueberry over here hiding. We gonna get you, buddy. Don't worry. You're gonna come to this party. You're so good. Uh, 686s. Bell the ball. Bell of the ball. I was trading those puppies all morning. All morning. And then just when they decided to break out. But I was right there. You know, I was so mad because I wanted them at that $40 price tag. Because I was like, yo, these things are about to run. I wanted them at that $40 price tag. And that ultimately just took such an amazing trade away from me. I had such an amazing trade. I found the perfect contract. But even after I was late, and it didn't even matter because I had more than enough money to make the multiplier crazy. You know, because even at 50, 10 of them is only $500. I was about to, but that's different when you buy 10 of them for 400. You know, you buy 10 of them for 400. If you only got 400, you can't buy 10 of them. You know, and $100, like, that's a lot of money right there off brick, and then that thing just shot up just like so quick. Oh my god, I was right the fuck there. I'm really pissed about that trade because that was the nut right there. Like that was my nut because I was gonna drop 5 on it, and that 5 would have turned into 5 times 5. Actually, 5 times 5 because they went up 500 some percent. So that's crazy. That's crazy. I took some lower ones at like 200%, but even then I didn't slam them the way I would want to slam them because we were in a different part of the channel. But we eating anyway, so. And we know how to find the perfect contract, the perfect contract. Oh, that's so sick. That's so sick. Oh my god, that's so sick. That's so sick. 5 days a week. Oh my god, you don't even need a lot of money too. Huh? Um, well, so once we hit this peak, I was like, all right, that's our peak. I drew that line. I drew this line way across, way across. Then I think after we hit that first drop, that's when I said, okay, now we draw this line. Drew this line, then that's when I wanted to get the opening line. Okay. And then this is when we started really trading right here. Boom. We started trading all this because we got all that. That was bank right here. We got all that. Then just as we were going over here, that thing started jumping. Bam. And then that's when that shit went to holy hell. That was awesome. That was awesome. Sick, 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 sick trade, 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 sick trade. Because even at 50, you see 50, it top ticked at like 190. So what's that? Uh, almost 400%. That's almost 400%. That's almost 400%. But you got to think, 400% times they were for $40. So for what's 400% of the $40. Well, I mean, I'm looking at it. Well, I mean, I guess if you just do the math by yourself, what is that math? Well, we know the fucking math. Got the motherfuckers in front of us, but let's do it.
107. What's higher there? 42. Military campaign. You heard that language?
Tomahawk missiles fired from Navy ships around the region. So the question of a big wave, if that is not going after as much of the conventional targets as we have seen, so the ballistic missile, the air defenses, the Iranian Navy, we've not seen them target any nuclear facilities. That may be part of that big wave, or it is possible that as this continues to unfold, there will be one large or maybe even several larger waves at the end to kind of finish the job of hitting the final military targets that have been laid out as part of this campaign.
All right, Courtney Kube there from our Washington, D.C. bureau. As always, Courtney, thank you for your reporting.
Well, from hostage negotiations to disagreements over nuclear programs, the relationship between the United States and Iran has been very long and complicated. The recent military escalation underscores the severity of those tensions.
On Saturday, President Trump called Iranians to rise up in the wake of the Supreme Leader's death. But the strike is raising new questions about the future of Iran's leadership and its already fragile ties with the United States. NBC News analyst Houman Majid joins us now. Houman, for decades, the U.S. has inserted itself into Iranian politics. We think back to the fall of the Shah. I mean, what does the White House seek to gain in this moment with this strike?
It's hard to say. I mean, when Donald Trump went on with his video announcement that the war had started, he said it was for regime change. He told people of Iran to rise up and take over the government. How they were supposed to do that was not offered. And he also told the security services and the Army and the IRGC to lay down their arms and join the people, again, with no prescription. So it's unclear in my mind and in a lot of Iranians' minds what exactly the goal is here and how anything's going to be achieved that can be considered a victory other than just demolishing Iran, which appears to be on course. Today, in particular, the third day of the war, it's been terrible in Iran, according to the videos that I've seen, and even from family I've been able to communicate with. There has been death and destruction in Iran, almost indiscriminate bombing. A main square was bombed. I don't know if it was U.S. munitions that bombed those areas. A hospital last night was bombed, or whether it was Israeli.
This is end of day right here.
But either way, the war is expanding. So if there's a big wave to come, it's not clear what that big wave is going to be, other than, as Courtney was pointing out, and what the goal is, other than to bring Iran to its knees.
Yeah.
Houman, firstly,
this is the first.
We appreciate you being here. We hope that your family is
then,
safe
like,
as we
up
look at
until
those images.
here
You've written extensively
is the
about
second third of
Iran's
the day.
political landscape and over time.
That's the
Give
last
us a
third
sense
right
of
there.
what you believe
We're hitting
Iran
1 o'clock
wants
right
to
now.
be seen as
on the
by
money.
the rest of the world at this point. And it may be very different what the government wishes for versus the actual people there.
Well, I think both the government and the people in this case want to be seen as victims. Certainly, when the war started, Iranians in Iran didn't expect it to go the way it's going, which means bombing Tehran, not just military sites. I think there would have been some support, as we saw, for people who wanted the regime gone, for an attack that would be limited solely to military targets and perhaps, as it was, toward the supreme leader and his top generals. But when it expands and you have school children being killed, hundreds of school children being killed, when you have today I saw videos that are confirmed, that was able to confirm of children being killed in Tehran in apartment buildings. So when you see those things, I think the Iranian people are going, well, how do we want to be seen? We want to be seen victims of an imposed or unnecessary war. Right. So, you know, if Donald Trump had laid out exactly what he wanted from the people, I think it would have been a little bit different. I think right now we're not seeing that. The people in Iran who are being bombed as we speak, and you can see the video footage, they don't know what to expect next other than more bombs, but they would like it all to stop, obviously.
Houman Masht, thank you very much for your insight and the historical context you put on this for us today. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
It's my pleasure. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
The conflict in the Middle East is fueling security concerns right here.
That's crazy.
How police departments in the United States are stepping up patrols out of an abundance of caution. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Now they're going to bring the terror home. Time to bring that terror home. Wow. Yeah, they're going to probably be real stingy with the move. I don't know, my man. My puts went up 100% twice today. Maybe right here. Puts went up crazy right here and right here. They went crazy right there. This was a 200+% move. That was a big move. But puts aren't putting on this side. Not right now. What put are you looking at? Okay, right here, fool. 640 puts. The 684. Nah, I wouldn't touch. 684 for 21. Yeah, back there they were 21 a pop at 1158. Yeah, no, they're nowhere near 1150. Yeah, they're at 21 a pop right now. Yeah, earlier the puts were putting. Now this end of day action, I don't know. I mean, puts are a good buy right now. Yeah, definitely. Especially that one put at 22, the 684. That would be one hell of an unwind. One hell of an unwind. You have 687 puts for tomorrow. One lotto. Yeah. Well, yeah. One small little baby lotto. The put in isn't bad going into the next day. You know, if anything, that'll give you your range. That's all. This thing could fall off a cliff at any moment. The only thing we can do is just watch it. The 684s. Those 684s might do something. I'm done. It's just chopped and stuck. Yeah, that's what it's looking like. It could just be done. We could just be done for the day. I don't know. I mean, I have some time. I'm still gonna, watch it, look for any more opportunities. But outside of that, I have a hard stop. I have a hard stop anyway. Yeah, those 684s. If anything can come out of them. $686, 24. I was right here. 30. Must have been around here. Yep. Yeah.
I'm just taking a look at some things right now. Well, I couldn't tell any stories today. That sucks. Today we got kind of busy. You know, I am happy that so I'm going to take out of today that definitely I'm happy that we know how to find the box. You know, we found it nice and quick and we were able to act on it. That was nice. That was really nice. I mean, when I watch this, you know, if you go back to the data, you know, the same thing that happened here. Same thing that happened here. Boom, boom. We were on the low of the range. We were looking for that dump. We got that dump. We hit the bottom of the range. I think I think this is the day we hit this, and I think this is pretty much what this is going to do today. This is almost looking like, well, minus this right here, but on this grind we got this drop. So that box, it's all about that box. After that, oh, I should have templates. Let's see if we can find templates. Because I should have this stuff already so I can. I want you to stay. How come you're not? I guess I gotta touch it. I want it to stay up. I gotta mess around with that. All right, it's looking like after the move, I'm keeping that puppy up there. So we're keeping it on the top of this range. All right, so we are definitely within a tight range. Tight, 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 tight. All right, let's look at our days. So each block you see is a day. Each block is a day. And this saying this is the bottom. So we're looking for 675. Another touch of 675. Win 120. 675 low. 675 low. This is looking like a 697. 697 to 675. All right, we are definitely range bound. Box ring, range bound. Pop 677, 675. That's definitely a wall up there. 697.84. Can we get a little bit more specific? 84, we can. We're just gonna have to 79.79. All right, now what we want to do is we want to be able to scale. So the thing about doing anything in life, if you can do it on the small, then you can do it on the big. And it works the same way. It works the same way. Lock. This is a finesse right here. And now usually people don't think that way, but you gotta be able to think in different ways. You have to have an imagination when it comes to trading or anything that you do. Actually, that box is too high. Let's get into the body of the candle, not the highest point sold. I like this. Let's bring this out more. Let's bring this out more. All right, so now that we see this on a bigger scale, maybe we can get a little, no, 92, no, that's a little bit too. We can bring this, first let's bring it out. I really need this line to be kind of straight, so this is kind of a big deal. Okay. All right, I think I need to give this a rest. We're going to give that a rest. We're going to go over here. We got some confidence. All right, we have a straight line. Let's move it up. Let's hit that body a little bit. And let's bring it out a little bit more. Right here. Let's do that. All right, I think that's good enough. No. Because what is this? 1031. I had it. All right. So we have our box. This is a good distance for this one. Let's go in the days. Yeah, this is perfect. We can bring it down a little bit. Let's hit the top of that line right there. All right, let's do it. Mm. I keep hitting it on the 0.02. Let me reposition my hand and the mouse away from that particular twitch, but I can't. You know what? We're going to have that error. That's a small percent error we're going to have. 3. No, I've been getting 2s. I can't accept 3. I can accept a 2. You're not going to keep giving me a 3. Okay, I know I'm at least a 2. You're not going to give me a 3. I wanted to go for the 0. All right, so that line is off just by a little bit. I'm sorry to do that. I know this is very boring, but it's pretty important. If there's anyone watching, let's play some Xander. Get some music. All right, what's going on here? What are we looking for? We're looking for range. And we're looking for where we are on that range. 86.32. 686. So we're here. What is this? This is lowest shares sold today. Yeah. Okay. So this is all today. This is bullish. Bullish day. That whole green candle is bullish. But this is Friday. It's Thursday. $26, $25. So we're here. $6.92. If we were on the bottom of the range, well, this is what's going on right here. It's looking like we're rotating, but we're in the middle. You see, this is the middle. We're in the middle of this total range right here. So this is our big box. All right, this is the big box. We're gonna put this here. All right, so we have our big box, okay? And this is where we are in the middle. So they kept us pretty much here from, fuck, I don't have my, this is why you gotta keep good notes, my God. This is why you gotta keep good freaking notes. Shoot. Because I'm trying to put a piece to the puzzle, and I can't put a piece to the puzzle because I don't have, just even last Friday's freaking, that's fucking crazy. That's so whack. Oh, that's so whack. Oh my gosh. That's so whack. All right, well, moving on. Let me turn this down. I gotta think. All right. I'm sorry. When I do some higher level thinking, I prefer to do it in like utter silence. I can do it in other ways, but I'd rather do it in utter silence. I'm gonna keep those things here. We want to turn this to something else. No. All right, whatever. All right. So it looks like we're in the middle of the stack. Here go the top end of the stack, bottom end of the end of the stack. With all the geopolitical pressures and everything, we're hanging out in the middle of the stack every time. But it looks like we're more on the low end. When is this? This is 2/5. This is February 2nd, 5th, February 5th. This is February 17th, 20th, 23rd, 24th, respectively. So Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Monday, today. So this is what happened then. The 17th. But we're definitely on the lower end. This isn't exactly middle. Middle point would probably be like around here. I'm sure we can break out the calculator and get the math exactly. But that is probably this highest share sold today in the middle. So that would be 87.42. 87.42. Yeah, that looks about middle of all this. Whew. And look, we couldn't crack the top end. Triple top, 1, 2, 3, double touch on the third confirmation. Waterfall. Now we're on the bottom end of the stack, trying to come up. So we did come down, then we went up. This is Monday, this is Friday, this is Thursday, the 26th. Thursday, 26th. Low of day 684.30. 684.30 around here, of course. 26. Right here. Open 693. That was the high. And then we dropped. Man. So if we look at the 26th and the 25th, that's Wednesday. I didn't trade Wednesday. This is NVIDIA day. After hours, this is what everything dropped. So this is Thursday after NVIDIA. So higher day that day, we hit 693. Wow, we had little to no movement. That's wild. That's crazy. Look at the open, the high, the close. That's crazy. The low 690. That's crazy. It did nothing. It did nothing that day. Nothing. That's wild. But that's what happens, you know. So with this stack, I think we have more reasons to be below than above. You know, but the options market is a lot different than so you're still here. And previous day low. I'm crying. Those 685 puts you're eyeing them. Yeah, I have. Wow, this whole time, I knew they were doing their thing. This whole time, I'm looking at them. I'm just holding them. They're at $35 now. Oh, here's the sell-off. Yep. Wow. Wow. And just as I finish all the homework, just as I finish all the homework, those 684s are yep, crazy. Still 684s going off. Yep, back to the regular scheduled program. All right, so this is today's box. This is the big box right here. That's big box. And up here is big box. That's a lot above. There's more above than below. So I would think this is more of a magnet because of that. You know, this was all right, now look at this towards the top end of the inner box. So I guess it's going to be baby box. Money. What the hell? What the hell? Bro, my freaking computer.
I'm looking for the bottom end of the box. That would be absolutely incredible if they actually unwind that whole thing. That would be. I mean, we've seen it before. It's not like we haven't seen it before. It's not like we haven't witnessed such a travesty. There we go. I'm like, why am I not grabbing this thing? All right. And that's highest point of the stack right there. I mean, that's kind of hard to short that. That's really hard to short that. Those 684s came right back down real fast. Them Jones came right back down. 687s. You had 687s. Even at the lowest point of in the trend for those, they were kind of hard to heavy to get, especially for that price. I think instead of going for such a high beta play, you can get a better multiplier for the same price. You know, since it's a put, you would be paying maybe a couple dollars more. So there's 75. So there's 75. You would probably pay like maybe like 38, 39 a contract at that point in time. So you can get two. And there's still going to be high betas. And you're getting a multiplier. You know, so they're higher beta with a lower delta, but you can use that delta in your favor. But it wouldn't be drastically, you know, at that point in time. It'd feel I guess closer to the money. You know, closer to the money, that's when you're going to really feel that. So I would say it starts multiplying the further you go out, but it starts having diminishing effects the further out in the contract you get. Out of the money. You get out of the money. I had to finish that sentence. You get out of the money. I had to finish the sentence because I was saying it in my head, as I was saying it, I forgot that last part. Well, I had to add that last part. You know, so, you know, at the money, that contract is going to be, let's say, times 5. The second one, times 4, times 3, times 2, times 1. You know, and then once it gets out, now sometimes it's going to take a couple for them to move because of how fast and the interest and everything on those contracts are. You know, but when you start finding those channels, you know, these are probably people selling these perfect contracts right there. Bam. Just these perfect cons from bop bop. Now they're going to be more expensive, and the more expensive, then the shorter the play has to play out because it's already like a high IV moving piece. $684 is back up. Hood moved 4%. Oh, this is Exxon. That's Chevron. I know I got some Chevron here. I go CVX. You never thought of doing what? What was that at 153? Yeah, that's why it's good to talk about plays and stuff like that. Unwinding this whole freaking play. UVIX running. VIX going back up. Monday 3-2. No freaking way. Look, I'm here for it. If you're going to do it, if you like it, I love it. If you like it, I love it. For real, for real. About 684s are nice. Oh, okay. You were saying that about the math. Getting out the money contracts with good delta. Yeah, yeah. It's all about it's all about delta. Now remember, delta is a two-way metric. It measures contracts in two different ways. We're not really thinking about that. We're not necessarily, you can look at it, and for a while until you get used to, that feeling of what contracts are going to hold what deltas. Just take a couple seconds, especially when it's slower. Like when you're finding your ranges on everything. Just take a quick look at all the deltas, and you'll get a better understanding of the contracts. There's only a couple of the gammas that I pay attention to personally. Gamma, I'm sorry, not gamma, theta, delta, and What do we got? Yeah, delta, theta. Yeah, that's all I look at. I don't look at vega. I don't look at rho, and I actually don't look at gamma. Now, when you're writing spreads and everything, and when people talk about having a delta neutral play, that's how you line up a good spread. You have a delta neutral play. You're going to match the contracts up with the call and the put for you to have a positive delta and a negative delta. If you go to the gammas on if you go to the Greeks on the contracts, you're going to see when it comes to the delta, your puts have a negative delta and your calls have a positive delta. Now, when people make, certain plays, sometimes you might hear people say that they have a delta neutral, play, or uh, when they start talking about the deltas, well, that's what they're talking about. So when you hear appearing, or maybe now this is when you listen to like different podcasts, options podcasts. You should be listening to options podcast. The options playbook, the author of that book, well, he still works at the CBOE and the New York Stock Exchange, and he also runs a daily podcast. And I have his book. Get the book. Get the book. It's important. Um, but yeah, so when it comes to like delta neutral plays and things like that, it's that's why, and that's where it's coming from. Getting out the money contracts with good delta. I watch gamma a lot, but only on certain contracts because gamma sort of acts like a magnet, is what I notice. Gamma. Gamma. Put. All right, so there's positive gamma and negative gamma. Wait, buy. No, there is no positive gamma, negative gamma. When you're selling, you go into negative gamma. Negative gamma, negative. No. Well, we're not worrying about selling calls. We're just worrying about buying calls right now. Selling puts, yeah. I mean, selling calls, I actually, you need that information for selling calls and puts and everything. But gamma, I don't really use gamma as a metric. So I'm going to go to the book right now. Let's go to the book. Let's see what the book says. All right, here's the book. The book's important. The source material is important. The guy literally wrote the book on options. Like, this is the book on options. It's called The Options Playbook by Brian Overby. It's called The Options Playbook. It's here for a reason. But all right, let's go to gamma because I really don't mess with gamma really too much. Let's see what he says. You see, I have notes all up in this thing. Meet the Greeks. All right, delta, theta, gamma. All right, I guess we can mute this. I can pause it because I have to start getting out of here. All right, gamma. All right, gamma is the rate that delta will change based on a $1 change in the stock price. Okay, so I made a note a couple weeks ago. Referring to that, and I guess that's gamma. No, not gaps. Maybe gaps. I don't know. Trade ideas. It's not going to be in trade ideas. No. No, it might be in gaps. Okay, it's this part right here. It's this part right here. Wow. Wow. So I'm talking about gamma without knowing what gamma really truly is. That's crazy. So in the book, gamma says gamma is the rate that delta will change based on a $1 change in the stock price. So if the delta is the speed at which option prices change, you can think of gamma as the acceleration. So options with the highest gamma are the most responsive to change in the price of the underlying stock. Okay, so now I was explaining something that was going into gamma. So this is what I have, okay, because this is a note about gaps. While actually filling the gap, look for the moment we begin actually eating into the fillings. That's when we ATP. ATP is a phrase that I invented. It's called attacking the price. I have a couple other names for it too. Something protocol. It's really cool. ASAP for the other side. Okay. That is when we buy. That's the threshold in case the gap doesn't fill all the way. Falling knife, yes, kinda, but it gives us the best price discovery as the contracts begin to break down from the derivative, from the $1. Break it down from the $1. I need a comma, comma. Break it down into 25 cents. And that's usually the breakdown of the contract in real time. Wow, that's awesome. That's so cool. I'm fucking smart. Oh, that's so cool. So pretty much, so when you buy a contract and you're looking at the actual price, you see there's different thresholds. This is what I'm talking about, the threshold. Where's that word threshold? There's different thresholds, okay, within the contract. Okay? So that's why when you see this dollar movement change up and down within that $1, you can see the contract change to that rate. All right. And but it's different with each different strike price. So each different, of course, is going to have a different gamma. It's going to have a different theta. They're all going to have different Greeks, each different one. So now that's also your risk. All right, that's also your risk in real time. So this is what I'm talking about in real time. Break it down in 25, in a 25 cents in quarters, and that's usually the breakdown of the contract in real time. And this is universal. This is law. This is law. This is law, and apparently it is law because it's also in his book. Okay. Um. Well, that's just that is what gamma is, But I didn't know, or I forgot, because of course I read and studied the book. It just, when you get better at things, you forget things, but you know it, but it's, you're just past that. I'm on to bigger, better thoughts, bigger, better concepts, ideas that other people that haven't gotten to even the book definition of gamma, because I was able to take it, years ago and learn it and weave it within who I am as a trader over the years. So, as I'm, making my notes and everything and I'm trading, I'm not necessarily going back to the textbook definition because, now when it comes to delta, okay, what did I say about delta? Delta, uh, beginning option traders sometimes assume that delta, when sometimes assume that when a stock moves $1, the price of options based on that stock will move more than $1. That's a little silly when you really think about it. Yeah, the option costs much less than the stock. Yes, it does. Why should you be able? Yeah, read. Oh, they didn't get the definition yet. Okay. Delta is the amount in option price is expected to move based on a $1 change of the underlying stock. Okay, so when we come over here, when we see this delta, that 0.41, so that's actually a couple of things. One thing is a 0.41, so that's a 0.41% chance of this contract getting in the money by the expiration. So again, that's law, that's universal. Okay, that's for any type of contract, in any type of contract that um you're writing. So that's why you have to be careful of uh the time. That's theta, because you can be right in the direction, but your time frame is messed up. Okay, when it comes to options, if you're late, you're late. If you're early, you're you're late. If you're late, you're years gone. Remember Interstellar, when he was on that planet that had that was heavily affected by the black hole. I think it was called Miller's Planet. Miller's Planet. The way time sped up, they were there for a little over an hour, but the gentleman that was outside of the time displacement, like 50 years went by within that hour. You have to think of it like that when it comes to option contracts, and that's pretty much what theta is. Okay, so you can be early. Well, no, because early is good for the contract. Late is bad, especially when it comes to the expiration date. That's why you have to give yourself enough time, for a contract, whether it's a call or put. Because remember, calls and puts, they all have gammas. They all have gammas. They don't share the same gamma, or the same metrics, like the same numbers, but they all option contracts are affected by gamma. But technically, um, and realistically, not just technically, shares also have gamma points too. So if you go to click on a share, buy a share, when you look at the gammas of that share, you're going to see if you look at the Greeks, they have Greeks as well. But the theta is off, because the thing about shares is shares don't expire. Options do. You said, so they're a pair in a way better. Gamma opens up better potential upside for delta. There's a pair. I don't know what you're talking about as in pair. When you say pair, I'm thinking spreads. Okay. So until you answer that, or give me more clarity, let's expand on that. Okay. So let's say we wanted to open up a contract, a spread, and we want the spread to be delta neutral. Okay. But when it comes to that movement in the contracts, now they're going to move accordingly. Okay. But that's a good way to actually, write some contracts, because that's giving you some cushion. You're not going to make as much money, but you can pull out some profit. You can pull out some good profit. Especially when you go down to the deltas. So, you can buy a call, and you can pick any call, any put, and, just pick any call, any put, and then you can find the opposite according call and put. So we're in calls here. So let's say we wanted to. Okay. All right. So we don't even have to use SPY. We can use SMH. Sort of 420. All right, 36. So when I look at Delta, I look at it as a 36% chance of this contract of getting in the money by this expiration. All right, 36% chance. Okay, then you can go over to the put, and now you can give yourself some protection against that call. That call was 4 something at I think like a 32 delta, 42 delta or something. I think it was 32, 42 delta. %24 chance. That might be a good one. You wouldn't want this one because this one's a little bit more expensive. Especially if you're looking for upside. If you're looking for upside, then you don't want to go too far out. And this is for this week. So that could be a good one. Yeah. I wouldn't necessarily go for this week. I would go out here. I'll probably go a little bit further out. So if I was okay to pay like 4 something, I was okay to pay, a little bit more. Delta's a little bit lower, but you have a little bit more time. You have a little bit more time. So that's pretty much, when it comes to options, you really want to put a little bit more time into learning. Oh, Netflix is breaking out again. Hood's breaking out a little bit more too. Look at all this. Chevy. Yeah, Netflix still breaking out. Microsoft is eating. You see, for today to be so negative, this was lower day though. This was the lowest point. Then look at this. Then once 9:30 hit, but this was well. All right. All right, so we're gonna get out of here on this point right here. Tomorrow we're gonna be here bright and early. I'm gonna have a little bit more time tomorrow, and we're gonna knock it out of the park again tomorrow. We're here every day. We do this every day. We want to expand on our knowledge. So if you have any questions, if you have any comments, please, ask them. I will be here tomorrow. Gamma opens up. Turn it down to you didn't go past the pair. Yeah. But you got to remember too, on top of the Greeks, you also got to pay attention to what's going on in the world, and also pay attention to like one of the most important metrics, and I think sometimes that gets glazed over a lot. People forget about the most important thing when it comes to your contracts and the trade. You ready? The price. So when you're doing your math, when you're doing your metrics and everything, make sure you pay attention to the price. Look at this movement. Look at this. They just consolidated to just kill all these puts. Today was just a big bear trap. Big bear trap. Now I called bear trap here. I thought this was the bear trap. This was open. This is 932. Look at this. Look at this run up. This was open. 932. Wow, they bought the dip. I thought this was the bear trap. And then boom, we come down here. But we made bread here, here. I think maybe a little here, but this was the big guy. I was getting ready to hit the top of this range. So I was probably cleaning house on this side. So then I can hit this hard. And I hit this hard. I hit this nice and hard. But I did miss this. You know, but we were coming in. So it's also good to have your notes really detailed, because today, you know, what was the sentiment going into the day and why? That's important. So then when you have your weekly recap of everything, oh my god, look at this, such a bear trap. Such a nasty bear trap. You see? It got the bears pre-market, got the bears more bear meat, bear meat, bear meat. Bears got chewed up. Bear trap. Cuz look, and this was hitting the top of this channel. So I guess now we have to make sense of. So this was like a retest trade. I mean, it was just straight bullish, but this time doesn't make it feel like it, especially here. What time is it right now? So this is 2. This happened at 2 o'clock on the dot right here. Yeah, this is 2. It's been running since 2. Yeah, that's a sick one right there, because we were looking at those puts. We were looking at those puts. The 684s, they're 7 cents now. 684s are 7 cents now. The 86s, 218. All right, so once they broke out of the top end of the box, are they always stand on the top end of the box? Or whatever end they're on, are they stand there? No. No. No, you just got to stay on your P's and Q's. Look at this. This was just a straight death toll right there. They brought it up. We got the top end of the box, bring it across. We're on the bottom end. They stayed on the bottom end. We had more flush. But this is balance. They got a balance. This is what we're seeing. We're seeing balance so far. Oh my God, I gotta go, but I gotta finish this thought. I gotta finish this thought. It's the same thing here, but this is not this. This is not this. Top end of the range. This is just being there at the right time. So how do you actually play this? How can we play this more efficiently, more effectively? Hmm. Well, we've mastered this. We got this. But we can't say we mastered it if we can't solve for this. You see, I just don't want to be good. at just one part. I got this. I got this. This stuff is kind of easy, you know. Especially once you made it through this. Once you got here, I mean, like, what are you doing, you know? But how do we see this? I guess you just I may just have to accept that. I don't think I want to accept that. So should we look for another range? Okay, we break out of this range. I think we did that a couple weeks ago. Here we go. Okay, we played with the range. Fully broke out of the range. Technically, this whole time stayed on the top half of the box. So it played with the top half of the box. We hit this so hard, but it was okay because once we found that, we tapped that. So is that because we just have to, can we make sense of it? Let's see if we can make sense of it. I want to make sense of it, but I also want to be able to duplicate it. We have to use the scientific method when it comes to trading. It's very important. The scientific method is important in life. It's right there. That's money. Lock. All right. So now where did we find out? So once we go here, we're on the top end of this range. So how do we play this? And then we stay above it. But how do we play this? I guess if we're on the top end, and if that's our point that we're looking for on the range, so I guess we have to look over here. We have to see what we're tapping because it tapped. This tapped. That tapped right there. They tapped. Ah! What? What? Ah! What? Not right now, computer. Oh my God. Lock layout. Oh my God. Not right now, computer. Oh my God. I am so pissed right now. Oh shit. Unlock layout. Oh my God. Please don't do this. Put you here. Oh my God. Here. Okay. Okay, I think. Oh, shoot. Please lock. Oh my God, that's so annoying. Please don't mess up on me. You've expired. What is this? You looking all stupid. You looking stupid. What is this? It was like this the whole time? Why does it look weird? Oh my God, why does it look weird? want to do some homework, man. Chart. Why is this here like that? Why do you look like that? I don't like you. I gotta fix that. This is crazy. I gotta go. Oh my god. And I have to use the bathroom so bad. I'm getting so mad. I'm getting so mad right now because I didn't mean to click that. I'm just trying to figure out some things and that threw me off. I was so focused. What am I looking for? I'm looking for the top end of the stack. I'm trying to figure out. Look at this line that it respected. Why did it respect this line? Come over here because it respected this right here. This was the first pop of the day. So although we hit this new high of the day, we tap 1, 2, 3, 4. That was 4. What time is this? 12, 1, 111. This happened at 111. 111, we do get a structure change. 111, that is around a theta. This is theta. 1 o'clock. Well, technically it starts at 1 o'clock. That rotation. All right, so now they are taking us to the upper end of the stack of our big box. There's the big box right here. They're taking us up to the other end of the stack. That put, I don't know about that put going in tomorrow, buddy. I don't know about that put going into tomorrow, buddy, but this gave us another chance to tap. So this is our reference point. Is this a reference point? Will this always be a reference point, especially for a day like this? Let's go back. Let's see. Yeah. Well, let's go. We go up. We run through. This is middle of the stack. We played this perfect though. We at the new high day, we ran a line. We dropped. They got us on this, but this was a retest. Well, an add-on. But instead of open up a call going up, I think you would wait for this to be broken. You want to wait for this to be broken to write your put right here so you can get best point, but that's the highest point that we're going for at that point in time. Would you say this for the same? Would you say the same thing over here? You know, this was the first high point. We ran it. We broke through it. We get a new high of day. Resistance, resistance, resistance. We drop, but we don't break. We don't break the first pop. We don't break the first pop. And then they run it going through. But if you buy it at the range, it doesn't matter. Because within this type of trading, you are hitting that's too much. You are hitting your things. I can't think of it right now. Give me a second. All right, so what happens? We drop technically first pop down here, lowest point. We're technically supposed to draw a line. So we're going to just draw something real fast and sloppy. That's how I like it. Well, technically I don't. You guys know I like to be a little bit more, on. But I'll take fast and sloppy. All right, boom. We tag. This is out of structure. Bottom. This is our first new high a day. We tap it again. No, technically we do double tap. You buy your put right there, and it's looking, you're making money all the way down here. Maybe you might get some confusion. We can say confusion, right? I'm looking for a different word, trading word. but we getting some confusion right here. Some we can say choppy. We can upgrade it from confusion to choppiness. Choppiness, but it's still followed through. We still tap. Look. We still tap. It still hits. Look, it still hits. Holy shit. We get smarter every day. Hit it. Stop playing with my emotions. I'm trying to figure something out. Shit, man. Bro, like, do you see this? Like, what are you doing? All right, so we come back, we tap our lowest point, and this is all within a range. So this is like ultimate range bound trading right here. So I guess if we're working with the same thesis, technically we still want to draw a line. Fast and sloppy. And then we hit high point, pop, resistance. We didn't revisit this almost. 682. 66. 682.99, close enough. 681. Is that true? 681, 65. 662. That's off by 66 cents. How do we feel about 66 cents? And look, very small. Is this Wednesday? What day is this? 227. What day was 227? This was Friday. This is why you need your freaking data. Oh my God. Does anyone have Fridays high, Fridays low, Fridays open, Fridays close? This is probably the 10th time today I needed these reference points and I didn't have them. Holy fuck. You see, and this is why it's so important to have notes and good notes. And usually we keep good notes, usually we do all that stuff, but it's just that one time. So it's that one time. That's why it's important to be consistent, persistently consistent. What the fuck, man? Fuck. I'm trying to learn about this. This is what we're trying to learn about right here. All right, because we have an A+ setup, but there's more. There's a lot more here, and I want to unlock what the more is. You see, but I can only think one certain type of way. Everyone thinks differently, and people take data in a different way. And this is why it's important not to trade or not to think alone by yourself. Not to say you want to have people that wants to be contrary with you, because smart people don't do that. They don't play around with that type of thing. There's certain questions that can be asked, but there's also dumb questions, and there's also dumb things that stops progression. There are dumb questions. You can ask a bad question, and the question is still good and fruitful, but you can also ask a dumb question. I ask questions all the time about things you don't know. Now, not to say you shouldn't ask questions about things you don't know, but when you do know and you ask a question just to be contrary, then that's when the problem ensues. It's not necessarily you're asking the question. So then there's a blind spot because of the blind spot, because I don't see that blind spot or other people because you think differently. Well, that is gold right there. That's the part um so you know so I definitely want to get more people in here so then they can make sense of things that I don't know. I can take us I can take us far. As you can see, I have taken us far. I've taken us very far, extremely far. Miles ahead of any other YouTuber out there. Let alone people in real life too. Because we know exactly what we're doing. It doesn't mean you can't get better. It doesn't mean that someone that doesn't know as much as you still can't teach you something. You know, uh, so that's also very important. You're not the fucking brightest star in the sky. You can be bright, but you're not the fucking brightest star in the sky. There's black holes. Okay, not even a black hole. There are stars. Okay, like our sun. Our sun is a star. We named the sun because of Greek, Roman, and everything mythology. Well, not mythology, but back in the day, that the sun is a name. A star is what it is. There are stars in this universe that is bigger than our entire solar system. That's bigger than our entire solar system. So if you put that star in the middle of our solar system, if you put that bad boy right in the middle of Saturn and Jupiter, that sun will totally engulf our whole solar system, including the Kuiper Belt. It's huge. There's so much knowledge out there. It's just things that happen on just a scales that we don't understand. Okay, and this is why it's important to seek the truth and to seek knowledge. Um, I forgot where I was going with that, but isn't that cool though? About the star, a star. There's stars out there that's bigger than that, and dude, and there's black holes that actually move. Right? Crazy. So, as you know, I definitely love some astrophysics. I love learning about stars and the universe. Black holes, actually. Yeah, black holes more specifically. Um, when it comes to astrophysics and things like that. I have books that I read by, only two books. Book by Stephen Hawking and a book by Neil deGrasse Tyson. So it's not like I have like all this freaking literature. I got those two books. But the one Stephen Hawking's books, A Brief History in Time, is abridged. Whereas I can't find it. There you go. Yeah, A Brief History in Time. It is abridged, and the forward on the inside is by Carl Sagan. So, yeah, I think both of them. I think both of their forwards. Whereas Neil deGrasse is his. Well, no, Carl Sagan would have to be alive. Maybe he would have an excerpt. Who wrote his? Okay, this is Donald Close. Yeah, but acknowledgements. Here's the preface. Who wrote the preface? Well, usually people, um, usually people that you like look up to and everything, they write something inside your book that is. Let me see. A Brief History in Time. I'm pretty sure. Let me see who wrote his. Stephen Hawking, Brief History of Time, Readers, Companion, Black Holes and Baby Universes, and Other Essays. Illustrated Brief History in Time. This is the forward. Albert Einstein, Galileo Newton. No, that's Einstein. Who wrote this? I didn't write a foreword to the original edition of A Brief History of Time that was done by Carl Sagan. Instead, all right, that was my alarm. I really got to start going. Instead, I wrote a short piece entitled Acknowledgements, in which I was advised to thank everyone. Some of the foundations that had given me support weren't too pleased to have been mentioned. However, it led to a great increase in applications. That's funny. That is so funny. He said, "Fuck you." Okay, so this is the updated and expanded 10th anniversary version. Um, so this doesn't have the original forward by Carl Sagan. I wish I had that one, so I want to get that one actually, because in the original, A Brief History of Time, Carl Sagan, and I knew Carl Sagan either wrote his or Neil's. I know Neil was a big uh, 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 fan of Carl Sagan. I think he actually worked with him for a little while. But look, I gotta get out of here. Thank you guys for trading with me. I'm sorry for going into that small tangent. As you know, I do love science, though. I do love to learn. Today we did all right. We didn't do as good as I really wanted to. It sucks that I miss right here. This was the breakout out of the box. So we're gonna make more sense of the box too. So it's all about data. You know, we want to get the data, we want to get new data, and we want to, we want to run it. We want to make sure it makes sense. So, I guess the recap about the crux of today, the really important stuff for today is scaling. When you're trading, you should be able to do in the big the same as you do in the small, and being able to, look at things on a different scale than what you are accustomed to. That would definitely be my suggestion. Maybe 4 hour would be. Ooh, this is all right. It gets a little bit better, but it gets ugly looking here. Maybe here's a little bit better. So we're going to make sense of everything. To make our trading better. I mean, we see where we've gone in these past few months. With our trading, once we started correcting things, making things better, paying more attention to the movements. We're getting better every day. Look at this stair step right here. This is a good. You see, this is what it looks like on the 5, though. Look at the 5. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. This is the 5 minute. Look how the lines match up to everything. Even on the 15 minute. Look at this. Look how perfect the lines and the box and everything is. Look how perfect that is. That's crazy, man. Do your homework. Like, for real. Like, seriously, do your homework. When you do your homework, life is easy. For real. I mean, my God, like, for real, life is easy. Every day we find 500-600 percenters every day. 2-3 times a day. It's pretty cool. It's pretty amazing trading like this. But look, I really gotta go. I'll do this stuff later on. No, this was Friday. I'm so pissed that I didn't have these numbers, and those numbers are just so important. Here we go, right here. We're gonna finish this another time, but I'm out of here, guys. I gotta go. I'm late. I wanted to just get that thought out, get it recorded at least. All right, peace. Love you.